All right. Good morning, everybody. Melissa, are you ready to begin?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you clearly.
Oh, hang on a second. I think I've got something not working. Okay. Let me see. You know what? Let me just go like that. Okay. I am ready.
All right. Thank you. Let's go on the record. Good morning, everyone. We are here for a hearing in case number 230001955 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of its 2024 to 2026 Transportation Electrification Program. Today is Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. My name is Hans Muller. I was appointed as hearing examiner to preside over this case, along with co-hearing examiner Erica Stephans. Let's go ahead and enter appearances. Pnm.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner John Verhule on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico. With me here in Albuquerque is my co-counsel Jordan Pnm'S, and on the line is our other co-counsel Katie Otterbeck.
Thank you. CCAE.
Morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Charles Tsalin, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And also on the line is Carol Lynch, also with CCAE.
Good morning.
And I want to apologize for missing the large part of the pre-hearing conference earlier this week. My apologies.
And I did get your email. I'll address that shortly.
Okay, actually, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I've went back through everything last night, and I'm willing to withdraw my request. I think most of the issues seem to have been pretty well addressed or will be addressed by other parties cross.
Okay, thank you. Prosperity Works.
Good morning, hearing examiner. My name is Kara Lynch, and I'm the attorney for Prosperity Works.
Good morning. Staff,
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner Bradford Borman, appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff.
okay, and appearances of other individuals?
Clark, on behalf of the city of Albuquerque, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just for the completeness of the record, I'd like to enter an appearance for myself, Sarah Gerson, on behalf of Prosperity Works, and I'm also joined virtually by Michael Zeta.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. George Cavros on behalf of Western Resource Advocates. And I'd also like to enter an appearance for my co-counsel, Sydney Beatles. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that we have appearances done, let's go recording of the hearing today. There is one official transcript of this proceeding. That is the transcript produced by our court reporter. She will supply the transcript to the commission and it will be maintained on eDocket. It is the only official transcript. No party is authorized to record this proceeding. Our court reporter will also collect the exhibits from the parties and transmit them to the commission as the official record of exhibits admitted during this hearing. I gave you directions about exchanging exhibits utilizing Dropbox. And from what I can see online this morning, it looks like everyone was able to accomplish that. Parties that are not present, Attorney Herman of ABC WUA was excused from today's hearing. And in terms of the schedule and breaks for today, we'll go for approximately 1 hour and take a 10-minute break so everyone can refresh their coffee. Lunch will be from noon to 1, and we will wrap up today at 5 o'clock. To the extent that this in any way interferes with completion of testimony, we will have another day of hearing. This is principally for our court reporter so that she has time to rest during the day. Melissa, obviously you have the ability to interject at any time and direct people to either slow down, speak up, adjust their audio so that you get a complete record.
Thank you.
Presentation of evidence today. The procedural schedule in this case informed the parties that the presentation of evidence would follow 1.2.233B NMAC of applications and petitions, which is applicant first, interveners second, staff third, and any rebuttal by the applicant. The order of witnesses was discussed at the pre-hearing, and I set a temporary schedule that we'll try to follow today. For P&M, we will start with Mr. Bob A., then Heidi Pitts. At 10 a.m., we will start with Mr. Williamson. This afternoon, beginning at 1 p.m., we will start with Deborah Kapoloff, followed by Ona Porter, Georgette Ramey, and at roughly 2 o'clock, Jonah Malden. As I advised at the pre-hearing, please have afternoon witnesses available on call for their testimony as those times may shift. Hearing examiner reserves the right, obviously, to provide any additional questions. The scope of redirect then is matters arising from examination by the hearing examiner. Recross will be limited to matters arising from redirect. The basic import of these rules is to ensure orderly questioning. Public comment, and I did receive requests from 2 individuals who requested public comment, so I will afford them the opportunity to make their comments now. As we have an extensive hearing today, I am limiting public comments to 2 minutes, and any further comments may be submitted in writing to PRC records for filing in the docket. After I have 2 requests, one from Steve Celso, pardon me if I mispronounce any names, and one from Camilla Feebleman. After I call your name to make your requests, I will start the 2 minutes. And after you have made your public comments, I would request that you watch the remainder of the proceeding on YouTube rather than being connected to Zoom, just to preserve broadband and limiting the amount of people that I have in the room, technically. So Steve, if you are available, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
This is Steve Tejas, also Steve Tejas.
Okay, go ahead, sir. If you, with your public comment, you have 2 minutes.
Wanted to clarify a couple things. If I'm looking at this correctly, in the schedule on the affected electric rate classes, the rates that were current and the proposed rates for the PNM rider number 36, it has like a greater than 29% increase on that portion of the bill. Seems excessive given how we're trying to manage costs all over the place, but want to verify if that was in fact correct. It appears that the residential charging incentives are subsidizing higher income ratepayers, since higher income individuals are the ones that purchase higher cost vehicles that include electric vehicles. The 0.05% of residential charging incentives that are reserved for low income customers. However, low income customers are not the ones who purchase the higher cost vehicles, including electric vehicles. And so yeah, we have that incentive for the low income, but it would be nice to see what tracking is available to see the actual utilization of that low income incentive. I believe we should be letting the renewable energy be developed to the marketplace without subsidies that have other people paying for it, cost shifting, whether we're talking various types of electric activity. With the electric vehicles not paying for the gas tax, how is the cost for road repair and maintenance being recouped from those owners? Is the cost also being subsidized by other drivers who do pay the gas tax at the pump for whatever type of fuel they would be purchasing? Then there's information on the notice with the average monthly bill, which was for customers without demand meters. And what percentage of customers are without demand meters, and what is the present and anticipated bill for customers with demand meters? Trying to get a full picture of what that average present bill and average anticipated bill would be. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you for your comments and joining us today. Camilla Feebleman, go ahead and unmute yourself for your public comment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Camila Feibelman. I'm with the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, representing over 35,000 members and supporters statewide. First, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and to all the parties in the case. We are not a party to this case and aren't represented by any of the attorneys on this call. But I'm here today to offer public comment in strong support of this plan and would like to see it with some minor modifications approved. We're especially supportive of the proposal to offer low-income rebates for EVs, providing low-income New Mexicans early access to the electric vehicle market would be a nation-leading visionary step that would help New Mexico families improve their local and vehicular interior air quality, not to mention saving money on maintenance and at the pump. We would like to see eligibility not based on federal poverty level, but based on 80% of AMI, which would actually match the federal credit and probably make things a little easier for the dealers. Pnm's low-income EV on the hood purchase rebate is something we, again, really support. but would like to see an increase to the MSRP, the manufacturer suggested retail price, from 50,000 to 55,000. Again, just to match the federal credit and make things align a little bit easier. And in general, we'd like to see you remove any low-income participation caps on programs. We're supportive of Pnm's e-bike program, which works well in neighborhoods like mine, where the schools and work for many families are just a couple of miles away. In fact, our neighbor across the street zips her little kids to school on their e-bike every day and then makes her way to her hair salon on that same vehicle. We'd like to see Pnm explore and support additional car share programs, especially in multifamily housing areas and in rural areas. We'd like to see enhanced rebate amounts for participants in underserved neighborhoods, for example, for the workplace charging programs. And we'd like to see Pnm estimate the percent of multifamily buildings, residential accounts, and commercial accounts in its territory located in underserved communities, and adjust budgetary carve-outs to be commensurate with populations located in these underserved communities. And then, upon greater consideration and meetings with stakeholders, allow Pnm to earn shareholder incentives for deploying charger infrastructure in underserved communities. So overall, we're quite supportive, just have a couple of thoughts and ideas for you, which I've just shared, and appreciate your time and investment in what's overall a really great transportation electrification plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments and participating today. Are there any, those are the only two individuals that I received notice that received public comment. Is there anybody else that feels they requested public comment and haven't had the opportunity to speak? Hearing none, I am closing the public comment portion of today's hearing. Thank you, everyone that joined and participated. Motions. At the pre-hearing, Pnm requested clarification if the commission will issue an order allowing Pnm to continue the current program until the final order is issued in this docket. John, my understanding is that an order will be issued by the commission prior to the end of the year. So that should be probably the last open meeting of the year, but they do have that on the radar. Also at the pre-hearing, I reviewed the scope of outstanding issues with the parties and requested the parties review the proposed alternatives that were made by Pnm in their rebuttal to see if we have any agreement prior to hearing today on those issues. So let me review that now, as I indicated I would, and I will ask CCAE and Prosperity Works the same question that I did in the pre-hearing. Have any of the alternatives proposed by Pnm been reviewed and deemed acceptable by the parties? Let me start with CCAE.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we have not had an opportunity to look at the alternatives in detail. We've done some review, and my initial impression is that some of these issues will be resolved. And we very much appreciate the efforts of Pnm to address the issues that we've raised.
Okay. I appreciate that response. I think maybe what I'll do, rather than, I'm going to change my question here. I think what I'll do, and we'll get to briefing after the hearing today, I will probably put out a bench request order asking CCAE and Prosperity Works that'll allow me to delineate the alternatives that were proposed so you can respond to each one. That way I know whether or not we have agreement on them or if I need to make a determination on those. I think that'll be handled maybe easier that way. So expect a bench request after the hearing, which will allow you a little bit more time to review those alternatives and allow me to identify if an agreement is reached or if I have to make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. That will be fine, and we will certainly do that.
Okay. We'll do it that way.
This is Kara Lynch for Prosperity Works. My co-counsel, Sarah Gerson, may also respond. We, at least from our perspective, there are some alternatives that we did not agree with. And so just for your information, there will be issues where alternatives were proposed that we will choose to litigate here.
Okay. Thank you for that. Are there any other pending motions or things I need to address before we begin receiving evidence?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just wanted to let you know that WRA has reviewed Exhibit JW1 and considered the proposed alternatives and opposed recommendation 2, 5, and 6. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything else? Any other motions that we need to address or issues before we begin receiving evidence today? Hearing none, let's begin. Pnm, I believe we're going to start with Mr. Balbay this morning.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. One preliminary matter before I officially call up Mr. Balbay, though. Pnm did mark its Exhibit 1 as the application to this proceeding. So I would go ahead and ask that Pnm Exhibit 1, the application, be admitted into evidence prior to swearing in Mr. Balbay.
Okay. Any objections? Hearing none, Pnm Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And with that, Pnm would call Mr. Balbay to the stand and ask that he be sworn in.
Okay, Melissa, go ahead and swear Mr. Balbay in.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please go ahead and state your name and job title for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Alaric Babe, and my job title is the Principal of Customer Energy Solutions here at Pnm.
Thank you. And do you have in front of you what has been marked as Pnm Exhibit 2?
I do.
And what is that document?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any additions or corrections to Pnm Exhibit 2 at this point?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. With that, I would move to admit Pnm Exhibit 2 into the record.
The request is for Pnm Exhibit 2 to be admitted onto the record. Any objections? Hearing none, Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Babe is available for cross.
Okay. In terms of cross-examination, this is, I realize some people requested and some people didn't, but for the record, I am just going to go down in order. We'll start for each witness Pnm presents. I'll ask CCAE, then WRA, then Prosperity Works, then staff if they have any cross-exam. So that's just, I'm just doing that just for efficiency that everyone is aware how I will run. CCAE, do you have any cross-examination questions?
No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you. WRA, do you have any cross-examination questions?
We have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Prosperity Works, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Hearing examiner, I do, and I believe that Prosperity Works reserved about 5 minutes to speak with Mr. Babe.
Yep.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. It's good to see you again, Mr. Babe. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your work. If you could please turn to page 19, lines 5 through 6 of your direct testimony, that would be helpful.
Okay.
All right, I'm navigating there myself. At lines 5 through 6, you describe how PNM determined the number of low-income level 2 installation rebates for this program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the last line there, you state that the determination is consistent with the approximate percentage of PNM customers that are LIHEAP recipients. Did you state that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Above, you provide that the purchase incentive for the level 2 low-income residential rebates were based on 5% of the overall level 2 residential rebates that PNM aims to incentivize.
I'm sorry, that PNM aims to
Incentivize. I am wanting to explore the connection between this incentivization and the determination of the LIHEAP participants in PNM's TEP. Please confirm the percentage of PNM customers that are LIHEAP participants.
So approximately 5% of PNM residential customers are LIHEAP participants.
Do you know the federal poverty level one must be to participate in LIHEAP?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Do you know if all customers in PNM's territory could be LIHEAP participants?
I do not believe that all customers in PNM service territory could be LIHEAP participants, no.
Do you know if all customers that could be LIHEAP participants are LIHEAP participants in PNM's territory?
No, I do not believe that all customers who qualify also are LIHEAP participants.
Okay. Is LIHEAP inclusive of all low-income customers in PNM territory?
My understanding is that the qualifications for LIHEAP would be inclusive of the definition for low income under the Transportation Electrification Statute.
Therefore, would you agree that not all customers that could be LIHEAP participants are LIHEAP participants?
Yes, again, I would agree that not all customers who qualify for LIHEAP or could qualify for LIHEAP actively participate, to our knowledge.
Would PNM want more low-income customers participating in its TEP than are currently qualifying for LIHEAP support?
I think PNM would want to encourage greater participation among all customers, low income being a key piece of that, correct?
Do you agree that more PNM customers that participate in its TEP, then PNM can generate more revenue?
I would not say that participation in the TEP is analogous to generation of revenue for PNM.
Will participation in the TEP or transportation electrification generally generate more use of electricity as a transportation fuel?
Possibly, yes. The transportation electrification program is designed to reduce the barriers for customers to adopt electric vehicles generally. And so I think that's maybe the best way to put it is if more people participate by design, that would lower the barriers for those customers to adopt EVs.
Thank you. Those are my questions, hearing examiner and Mr. Babe. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Borman, do you have any cross-examination questions for Mr. Babe?
I do not have any questions for this witness. Although normally I think there are other parties like the city you might wish to ask as well.
Yes, I'm checking with them next.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other cross-examination requests from other parties? Hearing none, cross-examination is closed. Any rebuttal?
No redirect, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Babe, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Next witness.
P&M would call Dr. Heidi Pitts to the stand next, and it may take just a moment to get her in the room and on the stand. Okay, I believe Dr. Pitts is ready to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and state your name and title for the record, please?
My name is Heidi Pitts, and I'm a lead pricing analyst at Pnm.
Thank you. And do you have in front of you what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
That is my direct testimony that was filed on June 1st of this year.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
With that, I'd move to admit P&M Exhibit 3.
Request for P&M Exhibit 3 to be admitted to the record. Any objections? Hearing none, P&M Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. And Dr. Pitts, do you also have in front of you what has been labeled as P&M Exhibit 4?
Yes.
And what is that document?
That is my rebuttal testimony filed on November 8th, 2023.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision as well?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or corrections to P&M Exhibit 4 at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
With that, I move to admit P&M Exhibit 4 into the record.
Request for P&M Exhibit 4 to be admitted onto the record. Any objections? Hearing none, P&M Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Dr. Pitts is available for cross.
Okay. CCAE, do you have any cross-examination questions?
No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you. WRA, do you have any cross-examination questions?
WRA has no questions for witness Pitts. Thank you.
Thank you. Prosperity Works?
Hearing examiner, we do not have any questions for Dr. Pitts.
Okay, thank you. Staff, Mr. Borman?
Staff has no questions for Dr. Pitts.
Okay. Are there any other parties requesting cross-examination? Hearing none. Cross-examination on this witness is closed. Witness is dismissed.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do have a few questions, not cross-examination, but a few questions.
Okay, witness is not dismissed. Mr. Ellison, go ahead.
Sure. Hi, Ms. Pitts. Good morning. I want to just get a bit more clarification on a few things. I understand that the proposal is for 4,500 customers for the whole house EV program. Is that correct?
Well, initially in my direct testimony, we proposed extending the cap, the customer cap for the residential whole house EV with another 4,500 customers. However, then in rebuttal, I presented testimony that we wanted to propose to just extend it to 10,000 meters, 10,000 customers could take service under the whole house EV, and that the difference was it would be open to any qualified EV owner. We wouldn't be bucketing customers by, did they get a rebate? Did they not? Just what we learned from the initial program was that the non-rebate customers were more interested at a faster rate, if you will, in participating on the whole house EV than the customers who were taking a rebate. And so it was more of an administrative burden than we had anticipated at the time. And we had to come back to the commission at some point this summer, requesting more spaces on the whole house EV for non-rebate customers. So in light of that, and also the WRA CCAE witness, Ms. Kapoloff, had pointed that out as well. And we agreed that the non-rebate customers were taking service at greater rates than the rebate customers. So to make things simpler, we proposed 10,000 customer cap on the whole house EV, and it won't be by bucket. It's just first come, first serve.
So if a customer gets a rebate on a level 2 charger, previously they were required to be a part of the whole house EV program, and now you're proposing a change to that.
Yes, because previously there weren't any other paths for customers who received a rebate who may not want to take service on the whole house EV, and there weren't other paths for them. But in this program, and P&M witness John Williamson can explain more about the active and the passively managed charging, but there are ways for customers to participate that where they can still get a rebate and it doesn't require them to take service on the whole house EV. For instance, the actively managed chargers, charging customers can get a rebate without taking service on the whole house EV under the conditions of that program.
So essentially, the proposal is to really separate the, the processes of getting a rebate and, signing up for a whole house EV, such that anybody who's got an EV will be eligible to sign up for the whole house EV program.
Yes, because we didn't want to eliminate access to the rate for the group of customers that has shown more interest, and even though they didn't get a rebate, we still want to incentivize them to charge overnight. The overnight charging is the important thing so that they're not coming home from work and charging immediately. And so we didn't want to have the barriers where there was a smaller portion of the customer cap available for those type of customers. They reached it much quicker, and then we had to figure out how to accommodate them. So that's the idea behind the simplification of offering the whole house EV.
I understand. In terms of the nighttime incentive, I understand why that might be valuable right now, but once we get some of these large grid scale solar plants online, it seems that PNM is going to have an issue potentially with excess solar power during the day. Could you foresee a time when it might make sense to offer lower prices during the day for EV charging, as opposed to having the incentive be at night?
Yes, sir. The long-term goal is to do exactly that. This is just the near-term solution to encourage behavior that gets customers away from charging right after work. And so for the moment, it's the low 3.0405 cents per kilowatt hour overnight charging rate. But in the future, the long term, I agree with what you said. And our plan is to change the rate design to take advantage of the abundant solar during the day. But that's a longer term plan.
Okay. And, could you foresee potentially where when PNM has, a time of use rate offering that, is attractive, that perhaps having a separate whole house EV schedule may not be required anymore, that potentially there could be a time of use rate that would apply to everyone, regardless of whether they have an EV?
Well, PNM currently has a time of use rate for residential customers. 1B is the currently effective schedule, but the on-peak hours are 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. And that's not going to be attractive to the majority of residential customers, including EV owners, because the higher prices during the day. In the future, the time of day pilot that had different hours is, well, I'll just leave it at that, is not effective. And so it's hard to look in the future and say what will happen because that rate isn't effective.
Sure. I understand. Okay, I think That's enough for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any redirect P&M?
No, thank you.
Okay. Witnesses excused.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. P&M is Witness Williamson available? I know I said 10 o'clock, but maybe we can get through the introduction of him.
Absolutely.
First, then take a break at 10 o'clock and come back with Cross, if that is amenable to you.
Absolutely. Yes, he's available and he should be in the room momentarily.
Thank you.
All right. I see Mr. Williamson on the screen, so I will officially call Mr. Williamson to the record on behalf of P&M and ask him to be sworn in.
Raise
Go
your
ahead,
right-
Melissa.
Thank you. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and state your name and job title for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is John Williamson, and I'm the program manager for Pnm's Transportation Electrification Program.
Thank you. And do you have before you what has been labeled as P&M Exhibit 5?
I do.
And what is that document?
That is the direct testimony of John Williamson.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
It was.
And is that a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your testimony this time?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, sir.
With that, I would move to admit P&M Exhibit 5.
Request is for P&M Exhibit 5 to be admitted onto the record. Any objections? Hearing none, P&M Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Williamson, do you also have in front of you what has been marked as P&M Exhibit 6?
I do.
And what is that document?
That is the rebuttal testimony of John Williamson.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And is that a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your rebuttal testimony at this time?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and walk us through any of those corrections.
Absolutely. So if you'll turn to, let me get there. It's I call it Exhibit 1, but that's not what it's called. So if you'll turn to page 60, it's P&M JW. It's the title is P&M Exhibit JW-1 rebuttal. I'd like to make a modification to the table that outlines Pnm's position on each of the recommended modifications by the interveners. Specifically, recommendation number 27, in the second column from the right. I indicated that Pnm would propose an alternative. Pnm didn't propose an alternative. That should be labeled oppose.
And just for clarity, that's on page 3 of 4 of Pnm Exhibit JW1 rebuttal.
That's right, yes, sir.
Thank you. And do you have any other corrections or additions at this time?
No, sir.
And with that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
With that, I would move to admit Pnm Exhibit 6.
Request is for Pnm Exhibit 6 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection as amended to be admitted onto the record? Any objection? Hearing none, Pnm Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Thank you. And the witness is available for cross.
All right. With that, I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which I'm sure everyone appreciates. But since we're 12 minutes, I have 9:48 on my clock. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break because I feel cross-examination will occupy the majority of the rest of the morning. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Melissa, do you have any questions so far or need clarification?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go off the record then. We'll take a 10-minute break. We will come back with cross-examination at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 10 o'clock on my phone. Melissa, are you all set?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record with P&M witness Williamson and cross-examination. CCAE, proceed with your cross-exam.
No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. WRA,
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Williamson. My name is George Cavros. I'll be asking you some questions on behalf of WRA. I believe you may be on mute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, the company has proposed two managed charging programs in its file transportation electrification plan. One is a passive managed charging program, and the other is an active managed charging program, correct?
No, sir. No, P&M has proposed a single managed charging program with two different types of participants.
Okay. So just to clarify, you've proposed one managed charging program, but one is a passive managed charging program, and the other is an active managed charging program, correct? And
It's a single managed charging program with two different pathways to participate.
got it. So the two options are through a passive managed charging program or an active managed charging program, correct?
So I would say that participants can participate passively or actively in the singular managed charging program.
Okay, maybe it's the word program that's tripping us up. So there are two options. One is active and one is passive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I will endeavor not to call it a program. I will call it an option. So the passive managed option requires that the customer be on the company's whole home EV rate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the company's whole home EV rate is a time of use rate that has off-peak rates during the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. time period. Is that correct?
I would call it a pseudo time of use rate, but I think that's a fair
I'm sorry,
enough
you would
understanding.
call it a what?
A pseudo time of use rate.
Okay. The word pseudo suggests that it's not a real time of use rate. Please explain why you would not consider it a time of use rate.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So I wouldn't quite consider it a time of use rate. Technically, the whole home EV rate is a subset of the residential 1A rate, which is not a time of use rate. So the whole home EV rate allows for customers to consume energy from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. on the block schedule, like all other 1A residential customers, and then to receive a discounted base electric costs for the overnight EV charging window.
EV customers who use the whole home EV rate will pay lower rates from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., correct?
That's right. Yes, sir.
And the goal of whole home EV rate is to influence customer EV charging behavior in order to guide it to the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. timeframe, as well as other energy use, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cavros, do you mind repeating that question for me?
Sure. The goal of the whole home EV rate is to influence customer EV charging behavior in order to guide it to the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. timeframe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And currently, customers receiving residential charger rebates must enroll in the whole home EV rate or a managed charging option. Is that correct?
So in the proposed program, there's two pathways for customers to participate by receiving a rebate. The first is that they enroll in the whole home EV rate and or the passive managed charging program. And then the other option is that they receive a residential rebate and they enroll in the active managed charging program.
Thank you for that clarification. You would agree that trying to influence customer charging behavior through the whole home EV rate design is a way to passively manage the times when customers with EVs will charge their vehicles, correct?
That's correct.
And the company has proposed, and you alluded to it, an active managed charging option where the company has more control over when the customer's vehicle will be charged, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now the company has proposed, in addition to that, we talked about the other option, what it calls a passive managed charging option, where it requires EV customers to take service under the whole home EV rate, but pays them $50 to enroll and another $50 the following year for participation. Correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cavros, I didn't quite follow your question.
Sure. Let me ask that again. The passive managed charging option requires EV customers to take service under the whole home EV rate and pays them $50 to enroll and another $50 the following year for participation. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the program, and I'm sorry, I call it a program, and the passive managed option is open to 1,000 customers, correct?
That's what we proposed, yes, sir.
Okay. And therefore, the proposed managed charging program direct incentive to customers then could equal $100,000 total. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm doing some mental math. I think that's correct.
Yeah, I basically took $100 for participation for year one and year two and multiplied it times 1,000 eligible participants.
Yeah.
The passive managed charging option is part of what the company calls in its budget market transformation, right?
We do categorize the managed charging program as part of the market transformation budget. Yes, sir.
Okay. What portion of the administration budget for market transformation will be attributable to implementing the passive managed charging option?
So like I described earlier, it's a singular program with two different options to participate. I don't think that you can clearly delineate the program administrative costs associated with the passive managed charging and the active managed charging program participants.
Well, then maybe I'll ask you what the administration budget would be for both the managed and active charging options.
Sure. So right now, the estimated cost for the program administration costs for the managed program, the managed charging program is $500,000.
Is it reasonable to assume that it would be, you could split it in half and half would go towards the active option and half towards the passive option?
I don't think it quite works that way, but I mean, I guess if you wanted to do, yeah, from a high level overview, if you just wanted to divide it by the number of participants, you could do it that way.
And isn't it correct that participants in the proposed passive managed charging option will receive text from the company?
So that is not confirmed. So right now, and I'll expand on that a little bit because I think it's important. At this point, the company has not chosen a managed charging program vendor. And so we haven't evaluated the different capabilities of each vendor and determined how we'll communicate with those customers.
Isn't it true that the managed or the passive managed charging option is based, a tenet of that program is its ability to communicate with customers. Isn't that correct?
Sure.
And is it your testimony that you don't know what form those communications will take?
So my testimony is that we have not selected the method of communication.
And what methods is the company contemplating to communicate with customers under the passive managed charging option?
So there's three general methods of communication that I think we would consider, but there's more that are possible. I do think text is a viable option. I think email is a viable option, and I think a phone call is a viable option.
Okay. Customers receiving communication from Pnm as part of the passive managed charging option would have no financial incentive to respond to those communications, correct?
I think that they would have a financial incentive to respond to those communications.
Okay, let's go back to a few questions ago. The company will provide an incentive of $50 for customers to join the passive managed option, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in exchange for getting that $50, they would presumably have to provide an email or a phone number to the company so the company could communicate with them, correct?
Yes.
And once the company communicates with them, they have no financial obligation to respond to the company's communication, correct?
That's true. They don't have an obligation. I would argue that they have an incentive.
Okay, well, let's stay here for a second then. If if they don't have an obligation, isn't it true that they don't have an incentive?
No, that's not true.
How so?
So if Pnm is sending communications to customers enrolled in the passive managed charging participant category, likely it's because we've noticed or a significant amount of their charging behavior has been outside of the EV charging window. And so in that sense, the reason that Pnm would send them a communication is to encourage them to charge their vehicles during the EV charging window. And so in that sense, they would have a financial incentive to respond to that communication.
Are you saying that they would have a financial incentive to charge their vehicles within the off-peak hours? Is that the basis of your statement?
Yes.
Okay. But they would have no obligation to do so, correct?
No.
Given that customers receiving a residential charger rebate must enroll in the whole home EV rate, the company could also require customers to enroll, or rather customers who enroll in the whole home EV rate to agree to receive notifications from the company, right?
I'm sorry, you're asking that Pnm could require customers who enroll in the whole home EV to receive communications?
Correct.
It is possible that we could ask them to do that.
Could you, before we go to an exhibit, you haven't provided any evidence in this proceeding that I could see that the passive managed charging option will yield grid benefits that aren't already realized through participation in the whole home EV rate. Isn't that correct?
So your question is that I haven't provided any testimony to the fact that the passive managed charging program will provide grid benefits?
Beyond the required participation in the whole home EV rate.
I'm trying to remember. I wrote a lot of testimony. I don't remember expounding on the relationship between passive managed charging and grid benefits.
Okay. Well, let's, if you could please refer to Exhibit 5, PNM Exhibit 5, which should be your direct attachment JW2 on page 18. And you should see in the middle of that page, section 3.1.6, managed charging pilot program.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you could go down to the second paragraph below that, the second, or maybe starting on the first line, it's second sentence, it says, first, up to 1,000 customers.
Sorry, which page are you on, Mr. Kavros?
Apologies there. This is PNM Exhibit 5, attachment JW2, page 18.
18, okay.
And there's a section there, 3.1.6, managed charging pilot program. And if you go to the second paragraph, starting on the second sentence, I'll read what I see. First, up to 1,000 customers will be enrolled in a passively managed charging pilot program, which will provide PNM with a control group. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. You would agree, would you not, that a control group refers to a group in an experiment in which a variable is not being tested?
Sure.
Could I ask you to please refer to PNM Exhibit 6, which is your rebuttal? And I would ask you to go to page 20, line 9. I'm sorry, it starts on line 7, and I'm going to read to you what I see. By sending proactive communications to these customers, as opposed to relying solely on passive price signals, PNM expects to gain insight into how responsive customers are to communications. Did I read that right?
You did.
All right, thank you, sir. Therefore, it's fair to say that the primary purpose of the passive managed charging program is to determine customer responsiveness to communications, correct?
That's one component, sure.
Okay. PNM already communicates with customers in other settings, such as demand response notifications to customers. Isn't that right?
Sure.
To respond to customers regarding outage alerts?
I'm sure we do.
Okay. And do you respond with customers when their bills are overdue?
Sure.
or rather communicate with customers. Okay. PNM hasn't included any information in your testimony on how it intends to leverage the results of its passive managed charging program on customer responsiveness to utility communications. Isn't that right?
Do you mind repeating the question for me, Mr. Cavros?
Yeah, maybe I didn't ask that so clearly. PNM hasn't included any information on how it intends to leverage the results of its passive managed charging option, correct?
That's true.
That is all the questions that I have for you. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Cavros.
You're muted.
Cursor got stuck there. Thank you. WRA, cross-exam?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Prosperity Works, cross-exam.
Good morning. Prosperity Works does have questions for this witness.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Williamson. My name is Sarah Gerson, and I am representing Prosperity Works in this case.
Good morning, Ms. Gerson.
I'd like you to begin by turning to page 26 of your rebuttal testimony, which is PNM Exhibit 6, and let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Great. So starting on line 17, you respond to Prosperity Works witness Una Porter's recommendation that the commission broaden income eligibility requirements for its income qualified transportation electrification programs to include households that earn up to 200% of the federal poverty level or 80% of area median income, whichever is greater. Do you see that?
Hold on. So we're on page 26, line 17.
Well, the discussion starting on line 17. Yeah, just to kind of get us oriented about the topic of this testimony.
Maybe I'm on the wrong page. So this paragraph is about budget flexibility.
Let me double check.
Sorry, you said my rebuttal, right? Or my direct?
Rebuttal.
Yeah, no, that's my rebuttal, page 26.
I believe what we're looking at for PNM Exhibit 6 is page 23. Begins the discussion, his discussion at the bottom of page 23.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I directed you to the wrong page. If you could go to page 23, that'd be fantastic.
Cool, I'm there.
Okay. Just for clarity of the record, do you understand that what Ms. Porter is recommending here is a modification to PNM's proposal, which is to make income qualified programs available to households that earn up to 200% of the federal poverty level?
Sorry, to make sure that I understand, what you're saying is do I understand witness Porter's recommendation?
Yes, and I guess I made a mistake of asking a two-part question. So let's start with that. Yeah, do you feel like you understand Mrs. Porter's recommendation?
I do. So I understand that Ms. Porter's recommendation is that low income, the definition for low income be expanded, not just to include 200% of federal poverty limit, but to also include up to 80% of area median income.
Okay. And can you confirm that PNM's proposal is to make these income qualified programs available to households that earn up to 200% of the federal poverty level.
I can confirm that.
Okay. And before submitting its application, and this is a yes or no question, did PNM consider any other income eligibility criteria for its low income programs?
We did not.
And you agree with Ms. Porter that many households with incomes in excess of 200% of the poverty level may also be facing economic hardship, but you raise a few concerns about her recommendation that I'd like to discuss with you.
Okay.
So first, on page 24, starting on line 4, you testify that it could increase complexity for customers trying to determine if their household meets participation thresholds. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
And then in the second paragraph, you conclude that complicating the process for each applicant to determine income eligibility may deter customers from participating. Did I get that correct?
That's correct.
So given these concerns about the complexity of implementing Ms. Porter's recommendation, I have some questions for you about how income qualification works in PNM's current low-income transportation electrification programs and what would change under her recommendations.
Okay.
And to delve into that, I'd like you to please refer to Prosperity, what has been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 3. Do you have that handy?
I do. Give me 2 seconds and I'll pull it up.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, are you familiar with the web pages PNM uses to provide information about its EV programs to the public?
I am.
And with the caveat that what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 3 does not accurately reflect what the graphics look like on PNM's website, do you recognize the text on the first page of this exhibit as the text on the page on PNM's income qualified transportation electrification programs on your website?
Yeah, I think so.
And the paragraph on the bottom of page 1 is about the residential rebate you currently offer, right?
That's correct.
And the second sentence in that paragraph explains that residents that self-identify as at or below 200% of the federal poverty level, based on household income and occupants, are eligible, right?
That's right.
And the words federal poverty level are in blue because they're a link that leads to another web page, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you please turn to the last page of what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 3?
Okay.
Do you recognize this as the information you see when you click on that link we were just discussing?
Sure.
And can you confirm that this is a chart that customers look at to determine if they're eligible for PNM's current low-income charging rebate?
Yes, that's the intent of this chart.
Well, if the commission ordered PNM to broaden the income eligibility requirements for the low-income programs in its next step, PNM would comply with that commission direction, correct?
PNM will comply with the direction from the commission, yes.
And if the commission adopts Ms. Porter's recommendation and expands eligibility for these low-income programs, you could produce a new chart that indicates the relevant income threshold for each family size, correct?
So that's possible, but I would like to point out that this isn't a chart that PNM created. This is a chart that PNM links to. The federal poverty limit is defined by statute, and the statute points folks to the IRS tax code. So that's where this chart comes from.
Okay, so there might be a little bit extra legwork on Pnm's part to create a chart that might not currently exist.
Sure.
And whatever income thresholds the commission chooses to adopt, Pnm or its outreach partners could distribute the chart, could distribute charts that explain income eligibility to auto dealerships as well, correct?
Sure.
Well, thank you. That is my last question on this topic. So at this time, I'd like to move for admission of what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 3.
Request is for Prosperity Works Exhibit 3 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, Prosperity Works Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. My next few questions are, I hope this is correct in my notes. Page 30 of your rebuttal testimony, which is Pnm Exhibit 6. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
So starting on line 6 here, do you see that you respond to Prosperity Works witness Ona Porter's recommendation that the commission direct Pnm to first estimate the percentage of multifamily buildings, residential accounts, and commercial accounts in its territory that are located in underserved communities, and second, adjust the budgetary carve-outs for deployments in underserved communities through an advice letter process so that the carve-outs are commensurate with the potential participants in specific programs that are located in underserved communities.
I do see that.
And you oppose that recommendation, correct?
I do.
Do you recall that Prosperity Works requested in discovery that Pnm identify the portion of its multifamily buildings, residential customer accounts, and commercial customer accounts that are located in underserved communities?
I do recall that request.
And can you confirm that Pnm did not provide the requested information because it had not performed the analysis that would be necessary to do so?
That's correct.
Now, can you accept, for the sake of discussion here, that the commission might want to set budgetary carve-outs for spending in underserved communities that reflect the prevalence of certain customer types in underserved communities?
I'm sorry, Ms. Gerson, can you repeat the question for me?
Actually, let me ask a slightly different question. So as an example, can you accept, for the sake of discussion, that theoretically, if a third of customers live in underserved communities, the commission might want to help those customers benefit proportionately from the TEP by reserving a third of the public charging budget for infrastructure in underserved communities.
Objection. It calls for speculation on what the commission would like and its preferences.
To the extent that it calls for speculation, I'll take that under notice. The witness may answer the question.
I can certainly appreciate that the commission might have an interest in budgetary carve-outs that are commiserate with Pnm service area. Pnm did not design the transportation electrification program with that in mind. we designed it based off of participation numbers.
Okay. And can you also confirm that in the record of this proceeding, the commission doesn't have the data it would need to establish budgetary carve-outs that are commensurate with, say, the percentage of residential customers that live in underserved communities?
I'm not terribly sure what information the commission has at its disposal. I can confirm, though, that PNM did not provide that information in this proceeding.
Okay. And does PNM intend to produce that data absent a commission order to do so?
Does PNM intend to provide or report that data?
Right. So the data that Ms. Porter has requested the commission order PNM to report, absent an order from the commission along those lines, does PNM have any intention to produce that data?
I think so, yes.
Really? And when would that come? Would that be in the next step or where?
Well, so the information that's being requested is specifically low-income information across PNM's entire service territory, not necessarily low-income participation within transportation electrification programs specifically. And so the reason that PNM opposed this was not because we don't think it's valuable information. The reason that we opposed it is that we don't think it's necessarily the right place to require it to be collected as part of the transportation electrification program.
So, do you recall that Ms. Porter offered a secondary recommendation that I don't believe you respond to in your testimony, where she says, in essence, at a minimum, PNM should be required to analyze this information and provide it in the next TEP filing? Do you recall that secondary recommendation?
Can you point me to her testimony where that is?
Yeah, that would probably be easier. So that would be in what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 1.
Okay.
If you go to the very top of page 78, it's lines 1 through 3.
So that starts on page 77. Direct PNM to 1, estimate the percentage of multifamily buildings, residential accounts, and commercial accounts in its territory that are located in underserved communities. And 2, adjust the budgetary carve-outs for deployments in underserved communities through an advice letter process so that the carve-outs are commensurate with the potential participants in the multifamily, public level 2, and workplace charging programs, respectively, that are located in underserved communities. At a minimum, the commission should require PNM to estimate and report these data in its next DEP filings. Okay.
Would PNM be open to performing that analysis and providing that data in its next TEP filing?
So PNM opposed this recommendation.
Okay, so it opposed that as well. Okay. That is I believe my last question for you. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Ms. Gerson.
Hearing examiner, this is Kara Lynch, and I'd like to ask Mr. Williamson just a couple of questions in line with the ones Ms. Gerson provided.
Sure, proceed.
Okay, just to clarify, the proposal that was put forth by Ms. Porter to expand the inclusivity of New Mexico's low-income population to 80% of AMI was not a proposal to change the definition, the statutory definition of low-income population, correct?
Are you asking me if Ms. Porter intended to recommend a change in the legislative definition of low income?
I'm asking, was her proposal one to change the statutory definition of low income?
No, the way that I understand Ms. Porter's recommendation is that P&M extend beyond the boundaries of the statutory definition of low income.
May PNM include 80% AMI as a qualification in this TUP?
May P&M. So low income
meaning
very
low
clearly,
income is 200% FPL, correct?
so P&M complies with the definition of low income as defined by the TEP statute.
Correct. But PNM may include more low-income people than just those who are 200% FPL, correct?
Not according to my understanding of the definition.
The statutory definition establishes a floor that PNM must abide by, correct?
I'm going to object to the question as it calls for a legal conclusion.
To the extent that the question goes with Mr. Williamson's understanding of it, I'll allow it. To the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion, that is noted by the hearing examiner.
Is it your understanding that PNM must use the low-income definition provided in the statute?
It is my understanding that P&M should use the definition of low income as defined by the statute.
Do you have an understanding that the definition provided is a floor only?
No, the understanding that I have is that the definition of low income is a not to exceed limit, not a floor.
I'm sorry, it's enough to.
It's my understanding of the definition of low income is that it is a maximum amount, not a minimum amount. If you give me a minute, I'll find you the definition and I can read it to you so that you'll
I think we're all aware of the definition. If I were to state that the definition is a floor only, would you accept that as true?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to object to this line of questioning on a procedural basis. That Ms. Lynch is the second attorney from Prosperity Works that's had an opportunity to cross Mr. Williamson, which seems out of practice. And these questions in general seem based on legal interpretation issues that are better reserved for briefing in any event.
I'm going to preserve the objection on the question. I understand the line of questioning, Ms. Lynch, but I do agree that this looks like an issue for briefing. So if you could continue line of questioning, I do understand the concept, and I'll ask for briefing on this.
Thank you, hearing examiner, and that's the extent of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
Okay, Mr. Borman, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do have some questions. Good morning, Mr. Williamson.
Good morning, Mr. Borman.
Could you please turn to your exhibit JW2 that is attached to your direct testimony?
Sure.
And as you do that, this exhibit is Pnm's transmission electrification plan proposal, is it not?
That's not correct, no, sir.
Oh, it's not. What is it?
So it's Pnm's transportation electrification program.
Okay, what's the difference?
You said transmission, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, your transportation, correct. Okay. This is what happens when I write things down late at night. Thank you for that correction. Now, can you go to page 10 of that exhibit?
Okay.
Okay. You have a table on that page, followed by a graph on the following page that sets forth historical and forecasted EV adoption in Pnm service territory. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you state on page 10 that data for years 2020 to 2022 were received from a proprietary source, and data for years 2023 to 2028 are based on Pnm's S-curve model of EV adoption. You see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. What is Pnm's S-curve model?
So that's a model Pnm built to understand and forecast the level of EV adoption in our service territory.
Okay. Is the S-curve model based, at least in part, on Pnm's historical EV adoption rates?
It is based in part on historical EV adoption rates.
Okay. And including for the years 2020, 2022, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the source of that data from 2020 to 2022 is proprietary, correct?
That's right. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if the adoption rate in the years 2020 to 2022 were to change, would that change the results of the S-curve model?
In part, it would, yes.
Okay. So I think we established that the 2020 to 2022 data is historical, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I recognize you're not an attorney, but if I may ask, why is the source of this data proprietary?
So Pnm receives this data from the Electric Power Research Institute, otherwise known as EPRI. EPRI received this particular data from a source called IHS, and they had a contractual obligation with that entity. They provided that information for Pnm's internal use only, and as a condition of receipt of that information, we were not allowed to share it specifically with other parties. Although I did reach out to my contacts at EPRI and I connected them with staff witnesses, they were willing to share that information, although I understand that staff did not request it.
Okay. So, I mean, and it sounds like apparently it's no longer proprietary because you've indicated where it comes from, correct?
So you've indicated
where it comes from.
I don't think it's a secret where it comes from.
Okay.
It's proprietary in the sense that I can't just hand it over to somebody.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for Mr. Williamson?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Commissioner Ellison.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Williamson. Appreciate your appearing today. I'd just like to ask a few questions to better understand the program you're proposing. What do you view as the primary impediments to broader EV adoption?
Some of the primary, Commissioner Ellison, I think there's a lot of impediments to broader EV adoption. A few of them are the price of vehicles, as is talked about throughout direct testimony, both by Pnm and various witnesses from interveners and in rebuttal testimony. One of the primary adoption barriers is the cost of the vehicles themselves. I think the secondary, or I wouldn't put these in order necessarily, but one of the other significant impediments is access to adequate EV charging infrastructure. And then I would say probably that the third is awareness of the benefits of electric modes of transportation. And at least here in New Mexico and Pnm service area, I would say that another impediment is customers' awareness of the programs that we offer.
And range anxiety is something you hear about a lot. Would you consider that to be a significant issue?
I think for a lot of consumers it is, yes.
And having more distributed charging points obviously could help out with alleviating that concern.
Yeah, I think so. I think if customers are aware of increased charging infrastructure, especially at the places where they like to travel, I think that would alleviate some of the concern that they might get somewhere and not be able to charge their vehicle to get home.
Right. The administrative cost of this program, just looking at it, seem relatively high. If we're looking at, a $38 million program over 3 years, and the administrative portion of it is $10 million, that's more than 25% of the total cost. And if you include the marketing and information, you're up close to 40% of monies that are not directly going to infrastructure. Could you speak to what causes the cost of administration to be what you've budgeted?
Perfect. Yeah. So I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind. The first one is that, at least my understanding is that the program administration budget is in alignment with other programs of equal size, both within Pnm service area and outside of Pnm service area. So at least from that perspective, I wouldn't say that it's outsized. I would say that we sized it to support the program as it's been designed. Some of the driving forces behind that are, of course, the fact that it's really hard to reach people, and it's really hard to communicate with people and to review the number of applications that we're talking about. So if you look at the number of applications total for the whole program, it's more than 10,000. So that means that a person has to review each of those individual applications to determine whether or not the applicant meets all the particular requirements for participation. And then, of course, to do the other work to distribute the funds that are necessary or to enroll that customer in a particular program. And so in that sense, I would say that there's a lot of drivers behind some of those costs, but it's in alignment, I think, with what we see in other programs.
And you have a third party that is reviewing the application, say from residential customers who are requesting a rebate?
We do, yeah.
And do they charge per application, or do they have a fixed fee?
So right now, the way that the contract is designed is a fixed fee. It's for a lot of different services, though, and I think that that's kind of an important characteristic to keep in mind, right? And so some of the requirements that Pnm is required to do as part of the transportation electrification program create additional burdens, right? Administrative type burdens that we have to respond to and address. For example, one of the requirements in Rule 574 is that Pnm offer low-income rebates to customers either at the point of sale or in advance of the sale. And that requires extra work, right? Because we have to be able to respond to those much more quickly. We have to develop relationships with different vendors and midstream partners to make sure that we're able to meet those requirements. So that's part of it. That third-party administrative vendor does a lot of other things too, right? So they host, maintain, and operate ev.pnm.com, which is the online marketplace where customers can learn about all the different benefits of Pnm's transportation electrification program. They host the online application portal, which is how customers can apply for those. They also review each piece of equipment to make sure that it qualifies for participation in the program. So for example, a public DC fast charger has different requirements that it has to meet before we can provide an incentive for it. One of those requirements being that they have to agree to share data with us. And so one of the things that our third-party administrative partner does is they review the technical specifications for that charging equipment to make sure it meets all of the requirements. And then they also set up the mechanism whereby that network provider, the person who actually collects the charging data from that charger, and then conveys it to Pnm.
Okay, so it sounds like the commission's own rule has played a part in increasing the administrative costs to the extent that you need to have this network with the dealerships and so on.
I would say that the rule has created obligations, right? And so Pnm has to respond to those obligations through program administration. Yes, sir.
Would you say that most of the third-party administration costs would be per sort of, I guess, by the volume, such that, obviously there are going to be more residential consumers that have, the more the contracts are going to be with the residential consumers as opposed to for the multifamily or public charging.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess to make sure I understand your question, you're just making a distinction, right, between the fact that a lot of the volume has to do with the residential customers as opposed to the commercial customers. Do I understand that?
That's right. So I'm just getting at, my question is whether, because of the greater volume for the residential customers, if, a greater share of the administrative costs also is due to that residential customer volume.
I mean, I guess you could understand it that way. That's not typically the way that we understand it. Mostly because the pricing, and it doesn't necessarily make sense to do the pricing per volume of application rebate, because there's a lot of services that the vendor provides that aren't tied directly to an individual application, right? They're tied more to the broad number of applications that could be received, and then kind of outreach and education related activities. I guess if you were to take the entire program administration budget and divide it by the number of participants for each class, I think that that's a reasonable way to understand it. And in that sense, you could say that residential customers do drive some of that costs over and above what non-residential customers provide.
Okay. And if you look over the 3 years, I think about 8 million is being budgeted for the residential incentives. Is that correct?
Over the 3 years. So if you've got, and it doesn't necessarily matter which one, I don't think, but if you look at Exhibit JW2, either to my direct testimony or to my rebuttal testimony, on page 37, it provides kind of a high level look at what those numbers are. And so the residential incentives, the direct residential incentives, so this doesn't include managed charging, the managed charging program is $7.8 million.
Okay, so approximately 8 million. In general, if somebody is buying a higher end EV such as a Tesla or Rivian, do you think that they really need assistance in installing a charger at home?
So I don't know what affluent customers need or what would be helpful to them. What I would say is that there's a common misconception that EVs are only for wealthy people. I certainly don't believe that. And in fact, if you look at some of the vehicle pricing right now today in the market, I think you'd be surprised to learn that Tesla is one of the most affordable EVs on the market. There's lots of affordable options, and I think that those are increasing. And so to that end, what I would say is that Pnm's transportation electrification program, while it could certainly benefit affluent customers, has been designed to help. I like to think of it actually as designed to help low and moderate income customers, because those are the folks that actually need the assistance.
Right. I'm sure that, that's the desire behind it. I guess I'm just wondering, is there research out there that talks about, to what extent the cost of putting in a charger, may or may not be an impediment to someone deciding to purchase an electric vehicle? So, I'm just getting at, is this really addressing a problem that is a significant impediment?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. And I think about it from a couple of different ways and a couple of different reasons. So the first one, I think, is that most customers, at least maybe my age and older, they're used to driving a gas car, and it's really easy, right? Like, it's very familiar. You go to the car lot, you buy the one that you like, you take it to the gas station, you fill it up. And that's about the only administrative or project related work that's required. Maybe you got to get it on your insurance and the registration, all that stuff handled. Electric vehicles represent a new technology shift, right? And so even customers that might be familiar with how to do some of this stuff aren't familiar with what it takes to install the necessary electrical circuits to serve an EV charger at their home. They might not be familiar with somebody who can do that work for them. They might not even be sure where they can buy a charger or how long it'll take to get it installed. And so in that sense, I do think that the residential incentives are very important for reducing barriers to the adoption of EVs, especially because, right now, NREL estimates that more than 80% of EV charging is expected to happen at home. And indeed, preliminary analysis, at least that I've done, shows that customers who charge more at home benefit more than customers who are not able to charge at home. Financially benefit.
Right. I mean, there do seem to be a fair number of customers who want to be on the whole house EV rate who did not get financial assistance with putting a charger in, which indicates, wouldn't you think, that there are a fair number of people out there who do figure out how to install a charger, and to whom the getting some rebate or some assistance in charging, in installing a charger, is not that important.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things there, though, that are really important to remember. So the first one is that there were quite a few EV drivers in our service territory when we launched the 2022-2023 transportation electrification program. And so those customers presumably already had a level 2 charger installed at their Pnm service address. And so they wouldn't, I guess they could have bought a new one to participate in the residential rebate, but at least from my perspective, I'm glad that they didn't. But they did, however, want to benefit from the whole home EV rate. And so I think that that's a benefit. The other thing that I think is maybe really important to note is that it does take time to get different makes and models of charging equipment onto Pnm's qualified product list. And so preliminary data suggests that there's one make of electric vehicle that has a substantial amount of market share. And those customers tend to be very loyal to the charging equipment. And that piece of equipment is currently under review, and we're working to include it. And I do think that those customers installed that equipment with the expectation that they would receive a residential rebate.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to highlight the fact that I think what we're seeing is maybe a lag, right? So I think that we'll see that people do want to participate in that component of the program, but it takes time to build all that stuff up. And so As more of those pieces of equipment are added to the qualified product list, I think we'll start to see some customers who expected to receive that rebate apply for it after the fact. And so I don't think that the whole home EV rate and the residential rebate have different levels of attractiveness. I just think that we entered the market at an interesting time, and it's taken us time to build up the qualified product list such that customers who want to participate in that residential charger rebate offering are able to do so with their preferred equipment.
And the way you specify that residential rebate program, is there a time limit in which a customer can apply after they've, say, installed a level 2 charger?
Right now, the only requirement is that the charger has to be purchased and installed after the effective implementation date of the Transportation Electrification Program. And at least for the 2022-2023 Transportation Electrification Program, that date is December 15th of 2022.
That date is what? I'm sorry.
December 15th of 2022.
Okay. And, in terms of multifamily properties, I read in the application that I think it's 175K that you've got budgeted over 3 years. Does that sound right?
Well, there were some changes to the way that program offering was structured. I think that was one, so that the initial proposal was 2 different types of offerings. So one of them was for just multifamily customer make ready, and then the other one was low income specific based on project costs.
Yes.
We did modify that through the stakeholder engagement process and at the recommendation of WRI Witness Kapoloff. The way that's structured now, the total incentives are estimated at $600,000. So that's the budget that we're asking for, is $600,000 for multifamily charging infrastructure, $400,000 of which is proposed to be reserved for those multifamily units in underserved areas.
Okay, I guess I need to look at the most recent set of agreements then.
Yeah, it's okay.
So with the multifamily installations, who would provide that service? I mean, you wouldn't hook up to, sort of a individual residence meter for that installation, right? It would have to be some common service meter.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple ways that it can happen. So at least for those apartment buildings that have attached garages, those customers could participate in the residential charger rebate, just like single family household dwellers could. At least for those chargers that go into, say, maybe an apartment building that doesn't have assigned parking or doesn't have meters attached to the parking areas. Our understanding is that generally those would go behind what we call a house meter. And so those would be installed behind the property managers or the apartment building's commercial meter and then offered to tenants as an extra service. Kind of like a laundry room, like a shared laundry room or a shared pool. Usually the electrical loads for those types of facilities are behind a commercial meter.
And how would they collect payment in that case for someone that's charging their vehicle?
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of different ways. The first one is, and I've actually seen this, some apartment buildings offer this as a value added service in parts of the country. So this is kind of like the pool. You don't pay anything to use the pool. Of course, they could also set up, either some sort of RFID or some sort of accounts on the charger itself. So different charger manufacturers have different softwares that allow them to maybe tap a badge. They use this for fleets too. So, maybe an apartment, somebody who lives there has a key card and they can tap it, and then it either gets billed to their account or maybe their credit card is attached to that account. And so they're billed for the use of that charger.
I see. How many of, multifamily charging stations would you estimate that there are now in your service territory?
I really don't have a good answer for that. So I know of 3 different multifamily properties that are in the process of installing one. I've spoken with a couple of other property managers that have expressed interest in installing them, either for tenant reasons or for other reasons. But I don't know. I mean, off the top of my head, I don't know of any that have it. I couldn't give you a number that there's 10 in our service area that have it.
Okay. So with the 600K that you're talking about, how much would the maximum rebate be per installation?
Sure. So it depends. For apartment complexes or multifamily dwellings that are located in underserved communities, PNM has proposed rebates up to $10,000 per port, with a maximum number of rebates available per service address of 4. So each apartment complex could potentially apply for up to 4 rebates and receive $40,000. For market rate participants, that number is $5,000 per level 2 charger port. The same maximum number of rebates would apply, so they would be eligible for up to $20,000 of rebates. The other important thing that I like to highlight here is that we don't just write them a check for $2,500 or $5,000 or $10,000, whatever the rebate amount is. It's up to the costs of the make ready portion. So if a property manager decides to install a level 2 charger at their apartment complex and they only incur $5,000 worth of costs, $1,500 of which are the charger itself, then we would only reimburse them or rebate up to $3,500. So we're not going to rebate them more than the eligible costs.
I understand. And that would include both the installation and the line extension if needed, those rebates.
So yes, sir. Yeah, it includes what we call make ready costs, and that's anything, any distribution upgrades that are required and for which the customer would normally be responsible for paying, and then any customer make ready costs between the Pnm meter and the base of the charger itself.
Okay. Do you have what, I guess, level of confidence do you have that these multifamily property I guess rebates will be successful, or what degree of demand do you anticipate for installing these chargers?
Sure. Yeah, that's a tough question to answer. And the reason so far, at least, has been that a lot of multifamily properties have been really tough to work with, at least from the sense that right now there's not enough demand from their tenants for the chargers themselves. But I do think some of the federal and state level policy shifts and some of the requirements for certain numbers of zero emission vehicles being sold in the state of New Mexico, and then I think just nascent market demand for these vehicles is going to increase the number of them that are out there. And as the number of those increases, I think a lot of multifamily properties are going to be very eager to install charging equipment as for a couple of reasons. The first one, just to meet their tenants' requirements, but also as a differentiator to help maybe attract clients that drive electric vehicles.
Right. I understand. And if you were to not, I guess, spend your budget in rebates on this item, then there would be some sort of a true up, or there would be some sort of a discussion at that point.
Do you mean what would happen with that budget?
Yes. If it's not, if the demand is not there as you hope it will be.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, and that's a really important characteristic, I think. So right now, the way that the way that PNM recovers the costs is we spend the money that we're approved to spend for a calendar year, and then we file that number with the commission. We make a recommendation on updating certain rates. And I'm sorry, Dr. Pitts could talk a little bit more eloquently about this than I can. But we only collect the money that was spent the previous year. So, for example, if there's no demand for multifamily charging, which I don't think will be the case, but we'll just hypothetically speak, if there were no demand for multifamily charging, PNM would not spend any of that budget. None of that budget would go into the regulatory asset, and we would not recover any of those funds.
Okay, that's, I I recall that aspect of the program, so that makes a lot of sense. But obviously, the budget is one thing, and actual expenditures and recovery is another thing. So that that makes sense. In terms of workplaces, is there a similar dynamic, or do you see more interest there?
So far, we have seen, at least with the implementation of the 2022-2023 Transportation Electrification Program, we have seen a slightly increased interest in the workplace and fleet. And that's part of I think that is a little bit of the driver, is that right now those two are the same. For our current program, it's either workplace or fleet. We didn't really distinguish between them for the purposes of that Transportation Electrification Program. We did in the 2024 through 2026, because we do expect that a lot of businesses will start to electrify their fleets. And so they'll have different facilities to serve their fleet vehicles versus facilities that their employees mostly that their employees could take advantage
of. One question, in terms of the range anxiety issue, are there any, say, highway rest stops that are in your service territory? Say, rest stop along the highway near Santa Fe or south of Albuquerque. Would those be in your service territory?
I'm sure we do have rest stops in our service area. And I have talked to I have colleagues at the New Mexico Department of Transportation that we work very closely with. My understanding, at least for the reason that charging infrastructure hasn't been deployed there yet, has to do with anti-donation clauses. So right now, there's not a pathway for them to partner with a third-party enterprise to offer those services at rest stops.
Because that they would consider that a donation if a third party set up a paid charging station.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Interesting. Well, it's good you're having those conversations with the state DOT. And how about gas stations? Have you had any conversations with gas station owners?
We are maybe this isn't the right way to put it, but we are targeting them for outreach. So gas stations do serve a very strong opportunity especially for DC fast, for folks that are traveling through. Just like they would gas up their car, they could fuel up their electric vehicle there. And gas stations represent a unique opportunity because they have, usually they have restrooms. You can buy something to eat, something to drink, you can stretch your legs, those kinds of things. So we are reaching out and working where possible with gas stations to encourage them to incentivize DC fast charging infrastructure.
Is that part of this current plan?
Is it part of the 2024-2026 plan that we do that?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That would fall within the public DC fast charger rebate program, and how we do marketing and outreach. But that is absolutely 100% one of the goals, is for us to work with fueling stations in our service area to provide those services for EV drivers.
Okay. And do you feel, well, let me ask another way. In terms of just public charging stations, not, attached to multifamily properties, how many do you envision supporting under this current transportation program?
445. So there's the way that we've structured at least the level 2 charger rebates is to support an estimated 445 level 2 chargers across the different use cases. So that'll include multifamily. It also includes public level 2 charging. So think of maybe a hotel, or I don't, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellison, I'm not sure if you're in Albuquerque or Santa Fe, but there's some public parking downtown, usually that's maintained by Bernalillo County. And so those are public spots. Those would be eligible to participate, or spots like that would be eligible to participate in the level 2 charging charger rebate program. But that's what we estimate. If every applicant claims and is eligible to receive the maximum rebate amount, we would incentivize an additional 445 level 2 charger rebates in Pnm service area.
And how many of those would you expect to be multifamily specific versus publicly available charging?
Sure. So right now, the way that we've sized it, I would estimate 80 level 2 charging ports for multifamily housing. And then all of the other level 2 categories are the same. It's 125 ports per category. So it's 125 public level 2 charger ports, 125 workplace level 2 charger ports, and then 125 fleet level 2 charger ports.
I see. So, maybe around 125 that would be truly publicly accessible that someone could pay with a credit card.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because the workplace may or may not be, sort of charged to the individual that's charging their cars. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's some of those lines are kind of fuzzy, right? So, like for example, the chargers at the Roundhouse, I think you could make the argument that those are intended for workplace charging, and that folks that work at the Roundhouse could avail themselves and use those chargers. I think you could also say that they're public facing. The way that we've designed the program is at least there's different requirements. So we don't expect workplace and fleet charging infrastructure to be accessible to the public, but it's not expressly prohibited.
Okay. Great. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other parties that wish cross-examination of witness Williamson? Hearing none, redirect.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, let me interrupt. I have just 2 quick questions to ask Mr. Williamson myself. Sorry, then I'll turn it over to you for redirect. I had one question on your rebuttal testimony. So Pnm's Exhibit 6, if you can go to page 27 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 6 through 13, that talks about the residential level installation applications.
Yes, sir.
If I'm a little cross. I was a little surprised to see the average and the median. The average is double the median. If I were to request, and Pnm, correct me if you already have, if I was to request the scatter graph or additional information from that, is that available?
We can make it available.
Okay, and if I asked you, because I'd like to get a better sense, are those all single installations? Like,
yes, sir.
My concern would be the person who spent $6,705. That's not a 4-car garage where they, asked for 4 installations. Those are all single installations, to the best of your knowledge.
Not to the best of they are, absolutely.
Okay.
So right now, yeah.
I'm sure they'd love to talk to the person who spent $49. Because I'm almost more interested in a trend mean. So we eliminate some outliers, or at least a scatter graph that I can kind of refer to on that.
Sure.
Or, in your experience, I'm sure you've reviewed that information. Let me ask you, in your experience, is the average the best form of calculation for that, the 765? or is the median, or is it somewhere in between?
And so my intuition is that it would be somewhere in between. And please note that this information is not perfect, right? So we don't require customers to provide all of the project installation costs for their, and so we do have quite a number, and I did exclude them, right? So that's the reason that the minimum report is $49. We have quite a few who just say, well, I bought a level 2 charger, there were no installation costs, and they only claim the $500. So those are excluded. These numbers come from those customers who reported installation costs over and above that $500 rebate that they were eligible to receive.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I would definitely probably request that P&M provide that, just so I can take a high level look at it. Second question, and this is more high level, doesn't go directly to the approval of the TEP. Is P&M calculating or keeping record of secondary market? I know a lot of the marketing costs, you described, are to communicate with dealers, etc. In the back of my head, I can't help but think low-income customers aren't going to dealers and buying a sticker window Tesla. They're going on cartrader.com and buying a Chevy Volt with 60,000 miles on it. Is P&M tracking average or trying to monitor secondary market costs of the vehicles, or doing anything to trying to see what low-income customers are spending on vehicles?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not a lot of information available about the secondary market. I mean, the EV market in general is pretty nascent, and so there's a little bit of information there, but there's not a whole lot of information in New Mexico about the secondary market. And so, in that sense, what we are tracking is new vehicle registrations, so new EV registrations in P&M service area. Although those numbers don't come with costs, so we don't necessarily know what the average New Mexican is paying for those vehicles. We do think that low-income customers, right? So my intuition is the same, is that low-income customers will find maybe a more cost-effective way to purchase a vehicle. The reason that we've designed the EV purchase rebate the way that we have is so that customers can use that for the purchase of a new vehicle, but also for the purchase of a used vehicle. And they don't have to purchase that from a new vehicle dealer. They can also purchase that from a used auto dealer in P&M service area.
What if does that apply if let's say they went on cartrader.com and had to go to California to pick the car up?
Yeah, it wouldn't apply in that sense, for a couple of reasons. So we've excluded private vehicle sales for lots of different reasons. They're just really hard to track and they're hard to verify. The other part of it, of course, is that as much as we're able to, we would like to keep the money local. And so in that way, we would like to partner with local auto dealers to help connect customers with a vehicle that meets their needs.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. One procedural issue before we get started on redirect. Based on the questioning from Commissioner Ellison, specifically on the program administration costs, I wanted to bring up the fact that P&M responded to a data request from staff that was that addressed many of the issues that Commissioner Ellison talked about in his questioning. And it has a very thorough response about what the third-party costs that go into the program administration costs. So I was not planning to introduce that into evidence today, but I would propose that we introduce that as a redirect exhibit right now at this point. And I can have it circulated to the parties and put in the Dropbox as well. I can also share the screen and lay foundation with Mr. Williamson as far as the basis for that data request response. But I think it would be helpful to kind of round out the record on those issues of what goes into the third-party administration costs, and sort of what each individual bucket is.
Okay, I don't think we're going to get an objection from any party on that. If I can go ahead and take notice of that request, and if you want to put that into the Dropbox, that I'll accept that.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and have that done, and I've already been communicating offline with folks here, and we'll go ahead and mark that as PNM Exhibit 7 if that works for you, hearing examiner.
Will you be able to do that like during the lunch break?
Yes, I think.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and put that into the Dropbox during lunch break? That'll give all parties an opportunity to review it. And I'll go ahead and I'll make a motion to enter that onto the record when we get back from lunch.
Okay, great. Sounds good. Okay, Mr. Williamson, one follow-up question, again related to Commissioner Ellison's questions that he had. Do you know, does Rule 574 provide for some flexibility in shifting funds between programs?
It does.
Can you explain that flexibility that's provided by Rule 574?
Absolutely. So the way that I understand Rule 574 is that it provides pretty substantial amounts of budgetary flexibility for programs, especially for programs intended to, especially for programs, so shifting budgetary funds from a market rate program to a low income program. So for example, if we find that the multifamily property rebate incentive program is not in high demand, but we find that the low income residential level 2 charger installation rebate program is, we can shift up to 20% of the first budget's funds to the low income budgetary funds.
Great, thank you. Now I'm going to turn to some questions based on questions that Mr. Kavros asked you. Do you remember questions from Mr. Kavros about the program administration budgets for the managed charging program specifically?
I do.
And I believe that you indicated in your testimony that the cost for the program administration for the managed charging was $500,000?
That's correct.
And can you clarify for me, is that $500,000, is that included in the market transformation budget or the separate program administration budget?
Those funds are included in the market transformation budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kavros also talked to you a bit about customer notifications that P&M provides at times. Do you remember questions along those lines?
I do.
Okay. Specifically, Mr. Kavros mentioned that P&M notifies demand response customers during certain events. Remember that?
Yes.
Are demand response customers typically compensated for their participation in those programs?
So I think, and I'm not an expert on P&M's demand response programs, but my understanding of the residential demand response program is that customers receive a one-time incentive when they enroll, and then a re-enrollment incentive each year when they re-enroll.
Is that similar to what's proposed for the passive managed charging participants?
It is.
With respect to the passive managed charging participants in particular, by understanding those participants' behavior in response to P&M communications, how will that be used in planning efforts and designing future programs?
So it depends, right? So it depends on what we learn from customer behavior, but that information will be very valuable, especially in designing the next transportation electrification program and any sort of managed charging programs that are offered as a part of that program. The way that I envision it is understanding what really drives consumer behavior. And so while in a perfect world with fully rational beings, they would respond to price signals universally, what we find is that it's a little bit messier than that in practice. And so by having the ability to communicate with customers and to encourage them to change their behavior, we hope to understand how effective those communications are and actually motivating customers beyond just the price signals as a part of the rate. The other thing that we want to understand is whether or not that's a more effective way to manage customer charging behavior than a fully active managed charging program.
Okay, thank you. That is all of my redirect questions.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions for the witness is excused. And we are at 11:30. So we're ahead of schedule. Good job, everybody. What I'll do rather than introduce the next witness, because I know we had parties reserve cross-examination time, is we will go ahead and take our break now. It is 11:35. I'll give just over an hour for lunch. So let's reconvene at 12:45. And we'll be starting with witness Kapeloff, and then Porter, Romy, and Malden in that order. And P&M, as we indicated, if you can go ahead and load that exhibit into Dropbox when we reconvene at 12:45. We'll move to enter that onto the record after everyone has had a time to take a look at that.
And I actually just received notification that we have it in the Dropbox now, so everyone should be able to access it.
Okay. I'll give everyone time to look at that. But other than that, Ms. Gonsalves, do you have any questions that need resolution? Nodding no. Thank you. All right. Let's go on break, and we will for lunch, and we will reconvene at 12:45, everybody.
Before we go back on the record, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I just want to alert you that Ms. Porter should be in the Zoom waiting room.
Okay, might be a slight delay. I don't have anyone currently pending in the waiting room.
Okay.
That list is up above me, so I have been monitored. We've had a couple people rejoin here, so if I see her, I'll admit her.
All right, thanks. I'll look into that.
Yep. Okay, I do have 12:45, 12:46 now on my phone. So, Melissa, are we ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back on the record. And before we get back into our witnesses, let's do the housekeeping that I mentioned before. P&M inserted what is labeled as P&M Exhibit 7 into the Dropbox. It is part of their objections and responses. It contains pages 3, 4, 5, and 6. So mainly regarding the response that was provided as to the increase in the administration general budget, outlining that response in regards to Commissioner Ellison's questions. So that being said, any objection to that being admitted onto the record? Hearing none, P&M Exhibit 7 is admitted. And with that, let's continue with our testimony. I believe we had Ms. Kapoloff as the next witness.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Mueller. WRA calls Deborah Kapoloff to the stand. And Hearing Examiner, just a procedural question. Is this the point where you would swear the witness in?
Yes, the court reporter will swear her in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Ms. Kapoloff. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Capros. I'm well, thank you.
Great. Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Deborah Kaploff, and my business address is 2260 Baseline Road, Boulder, Colorado, 80302.
And did you cause to be filed testimony in this proceeding, pre-marked hearing exhibit WRA Exhibit 1 and WRA Exhibit 2, respectively, your answer testimony and rebuttal testimony and attachments?
Yes, I did.
And were these exhibits prepared by you or prepared under your direct control?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to the exhibits?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answer be the same?
Yes.
With that, I would move to admit WRA Exhibit 1 and WRA Exhibit 2 into the record.
The request is for WRA Exhibits 1 and 2 to be entered onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, WRA Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Ms. Kapoloff is available for cross-examination.
P&M, any cross-examination?
We have no questions, thank you.
Okay. Prosperity Works, any cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Staff, any cross exam?
I have some real brief cross.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kaplov.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
You reference in your rebuttal testimony to staff that certain utilities provide EV incentives to their customers. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I think you identified Public Service Company of Colorado, NV Energy, and Black Hills. Is that correct?
Can you give me 1 minute to get to that section of my testimony? And would you be so kind as to point me to the page number?
Yeah, I think the page number is 5, and I think it's towards the bottom of the page. And you ask yourself, have other utilities provided EV purchase rebates to their customers? Yes, Public Service Company of New Mexico, Black Hills Energy, and NV Energy all have or had income qualified EV purchase rebate programs. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Now, Public Service Company of Colorado, they're obviously based in Colorado. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they'll be subject to Colorado statutes and rules. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. NV Energy is based in Nevada, right?
Correct.
And they will be subject to Nevada statutes and rules.
Correct.
Okay. And Black Hills, they operate in 8 different states, correct?
Correct. In that example, I was referencing Black Hills as Colorado service territory.
Okay. All right. Because that's what I was going to ask you, because they operate in 8 states. Do you know if they have these purchase rebates at all of the states?
I do not. I was specifically speaking to their Colorado service territory in that example.
Okay, but so then in regard to their operations in Colorado, similar to Public Service Company of Colorado or XL, they would be subject to Colorado statutes and rules, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know, you said you don't know if Black Hills has these rebates in the other 7 states. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you just don't know. That's fine. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other parties that wish cross-examination? Hearing none. Any redirect?
I have no redirect, sir.
Okay. I have no questions. The witness is dismissed.
Thank you.
And with that, I believe we were going to move on to Miss Porter next. And
She may be in the waiting room. This is Kara Lynch with
there is nobody currently pending in the waiting room. Might want to check that link with her.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for the delay. But I don't know what the issue is, so it might be in order to take a very short recess to figure it out, or but we'd be flexible if you want to change the witness order or whatever. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind just a short recess so we could get in touch with our witness and help her walk through technical difficulties, that could be great.
Yeah, I'm not seeing our next witness joined with us either. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break and come back.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I mistakenly clicked on the link to the pre-hearing first thing this morning. So perhaps Ms. Porter's doing the same.
Let's double check that with her, but we'll go off the record. We'll just take a 5-minute break. It is, I have 12:55 on my clock. So let's reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, I have 1 o'clock on my phone. Melissa, you ready to restart?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And Ms. Gerson, I have admitted Ona Porter. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Prosperity Works calls Ona Porter to the stand. And Ms. Porter is ready to be sworn in.
Okay. Melissa, go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
To begin, Ms. Porter, would you please state your name and title for the record?
My name is Ona Porter, and I am the founder emerita and the clean energy leader for Prosperity Works.
Do you have in front of you what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 1, your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
And was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to that testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would be.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I move to admit Prosperity Works Exhibit 1.
Request is for Prosperity Works Exhibit 1 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Ms. Porter, do you also have in front of you what's been marked as Prosperity Works Exhibit 2, your rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I do.
Was that prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move to admit Prosperity Works Exhibit 2.
Request is for Prosperity Works Exhibit 2 to be added to the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
At this time, Ms. Porter is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. P&M, cross-examination.
No questions, thank you.
CCAE, any cross?
No cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. WRA, any cross?
No cross, thank you.
And staff, cross-examination.
I'll waive cross on Ms. Porter.
Okay. Any other parties requesting cross-examination at this time? Hearing none, cross-examination is closed. Since there is no cross-examination, no need for redirect. Witness is dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer.
And we are running well ahead of schedule. Is Ms. Romey available to provide testimony?
Ms. Ramey has indicated to me that she has joined the Zoom and I believe would be in the waiting room, so you may.
I'm either getting a big delay on my waiting room request. I do not have anything currently pending, so we'll just wait.
It said she got on a couple minutes ago, so.
I must be getting a delay in my waiting room requests. There she is.
Okay.
Admitting her now.
Okay. Staff calls Georgette Ramey.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I
Yes.
can't hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Melissa, go ahead and swear the witness in.
Okay, raise your right hand, ma'am.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ramey. Welcome to our hearing.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am an economist at the PRC Utility Division in the Economics Bureau.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by PNM for a transportation electrification plan, along with the testimony filed in this case?
Yes.
And based upon that review, did you prepare testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you have a document marked Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Can you identify that document?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
Okay, was Staff Exhibit 1 prepared by you?
Yes.
Okay, and if I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Those answers are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to hold off in moving admission of Staff Exhibit 1 till we get Staff Exhibit 2 admitted, because that is an errata to this. So if Ms. Ramey, do you also have Staff Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Can you identify that exhibit?
That is the errata filed by staff pertaining to my direct testimony.
And what was changed or corrected by the errata?
In the original filing of my direct testimony on October 20th, 2023, we inadvertently did not include my exhibit GOR-1, which is a listing of all the cases that I have participated in during my tenure at the commission. So we filed it separately as an errata in November.
Okay. And Staff Exhibit 2, which is the errata, that is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 1 and Staff Exhibit 2, noting that Staff Exhibit 1 has incorporated the as uploaded onto the Dropbox, has incorporated the list of cases that Ms. Ramey has testified in, so it is a complete document. I move admission of those 2 exhibits.
Thank you. The request is for admission of Staff Exhibit 1 and 2. Any objections? Hearing none, they are admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Ramey is available for cross-examination.
Okay, Pnm, cross-exam.
No questions, thank you.
CCAE.
Questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
WRA.
No questions, hearing examiner. Thank you.
Prosperity Works.
No questions, hearing examiner.
Okay. Any other party wishing cross-examination? Hearing none, cross-examination is closed and witness is dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Rough day at the office, Ms. Ramey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, staff will be calling Jonah Malden. I texted him and I think he should be getting on as well, so please.
Yep, he just entered the waiting room. Let me
Excellent. Thank you.
And he is connected.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Public Regulation Commission in the Utility Division. I'm a senior economist in the Accounting Bureau.
As part of your duties in that position, did you review the application by PNM for approval of its transportation electrification plan along with the testimony filed in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You should have a document that is marked Staff Exhibit 3. Do you have that document?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that document?
That is the prepared direct testimony of Jonah B. Malden, filed on behalf of the Public Regulation Commission.
Filed on behalf of staff, correct?
Staff, yes, sir.
Was Staff Exhibit 3 prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. If I asked you today the same questions as are set forth in Staff Exhibit 3, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Mr. Malden. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move admission of Staff Exhibit 3.
Request is for Staff Exhibit 3 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Malden is available for cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you. PNM, your cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to point you to your prepared direct testimony on page 22, starting at line 11. Let me know when you're there.
line 11. Yes.
So this question and answer is about your recommendations regarding the third-party administrative support budget. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your recommendation is to reduce that budget by approximately $2.8 million or 37.5%.
That is correct, yes.
And can you scroll to page 23, starting at lines 8 through 9 of your testimony?
I'm there.
So here you recommend one specific reason for your recommendation to reduce the third-party administrative services budget as recommending that Pnm's internal personnel monitor and track the KPIs to the fullest extent possible. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then at lines 15 through 14 through 18, that same page, you have another basis for your recommended reduction. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the reason there is because you have already recommended to remove the managed charging pilot program. Is that right?
The managed and passive charging program, yes.
Were you here earlier today when Mr. Williamson testified, or were you listening?
Yes, I was.
And are you aware, based on his testimony, that the managed charging pilot program costs are all within the market transformation budget?
Yes.
Okay. So the two bases that we went through in your testimony as the basis for reducing the third-party administrative services budget, those are the only two bases that you presented in your testimony for reducing the budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And did you do any analysis on to quantify how much those two recommendations would actually reduce program administration costs?
Yes, I utilized Pnm table 5, which I believe is in John Williamson's direct testimony in section 3.5.2, where the responsibilities of the third-party administration assistance is outlined. It's broken out into 4 main responsibilities, and that is how I quantified my reduction based on their responsibilities and the responsibilities that would no longer be applicable to the third-party assistance because of my recommendations.
Sorry, which exhibit were you referencing there? Was that P&M exhibit 6?
1 second, let me pull it up. I believe it P&M exhibit 5 and then exhibit JW2 section 5.1.2, I believe. Or 3.5.2. My apologies. And it's page 35 of 41.
Okay, and that section of P&M Exhibit 5 describes the third-party roles and what they do.
Yes.
And it doesn't provide specifics on the cost for each individual item that is described there.
No, it does not.
And do you understand, based on Mr. Williamson's rebuttal testimony, that a significant portion of the costs are related to the application processing and the incentive verification and disbursement activities?
Yeah, I did see that in his rebuttal, and I did not reduce the budget for any of those responsibilities, in my opinion.
Okay, but that is one of the third-party roles that is included in the overall figure, the overall budget.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. CCAE, cross-exam.
No questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you. WRA, any cross-examination?
WRA does have a few questions of witness Malden.
Okay, proceed.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm George Cavros. I'll be asking you a few questions on behalf of WRA this afternoon. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Mr. Malden, could you please refer to staff exhibit number 3, which is your direct testimony? And
okay,
please,
sorry.
Yeah, if you could please go to page 18, line 8. And let me know when you're there.
Line 8, I am there.
Great. On line 8, there's a sentence that starts and reads, staff would also highlight that customers who purchase an AV from years 2023 to 2032 may qualify for a tax credit up to $7,500 under the Internal Revenue Code, Section 30D, if they buy a new qualified plug-in EV or fuel cell electric vehicle, FCV. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Great. Isn't it true that the federal EV tax credit is available only on vehicles that have met a minimum sourcing requirement for batteries and parts, as well as those whose final assembly was completed in North America?
I Could not tell you that off the top of my head.
Okay, so you don't know, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that there are a number of EVs that do not meet those minimum sourcing requirements today?
I'm not aware of how many manufacturers are offering EVs as well as their sourcing of their products.
Okay. Would you agree that vehicles that do not meet the minimum sourcing requirements in the federal EV tax credit that tax credit would not be available for those vehicles, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Would you be surprised if I told you that 75% of new EVs are not currently eligible for the federal EV tax credit?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
The state of New Mexico does not offer an EV state tax credit, correct?
That is correct, but I believe in the latest legislative session, there will be talks about offering a state incentive.
Would you agree that what's being considered for approval in this hearing is Pnm's transportation electrification plan from 2024 to 2026, correct?
Right.
Okay. Therefore, the company's transportation electrification plan is for a 3-year period. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the commission will have the opportunity to revisit the merits of any programs it approves in this docket in 3 years when the company files its 2027 to 2029 transportation electrification plan?
That is true, but it wouldn't, necessarily mean that we should not pay attention to the costs in this current application and the precedents that it would set moving forward.
Would you agree that new EVs can have higher upfront costs than traditional vehicles?
Yes, I would agree.
Therefore, low-income customers face higher financial barriers to EV ownership than other customers that aren't identified as low income in regards to the upfront purchase cost of electric vehicles, correct?
Yes. Yes, I would agree.
And would it be reasonable to assume that offering an incentive to lower that barrier would have the result of increasing EV adoption among those customers?
Yes, but with one caveat, there's only 225 available rebates for the EV rebate program. So for a small number of LMI customers, yes, a rebate would lower the cost.
Thank you. And according to the transportation electrification rule, one of the requirements of the transportation electrification application is to increase EV awareness and adoption among low-income customers and in underserved communities, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Malden, I'd like to now shift a little bit and continue to refer to your staff exhibit 3, but want to direct your attention to page 20, line 2. Just let me know when you're there.
Line 2, you said?
Correct.
I'm there.
Okay. And there you state, first, customers would be handing over a majority of charging control to Pnm, which staff believes presents challenges as a customer's use of their EV may be too variable for customers not to dictate when their vehicle is fully charged. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And then the second sentence continues, the rollout of such a program in the current application would seem premature, and staff argues that more customer education and familiarity with EVs are necessary to implement such a program. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Now, when you say staff believes, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think going back to the S-curve model and the economic implications of the S-curve model, I would say we're very much so in the early adopter phase, which means most of the time with new technology adoption in the early adopter phase, these people that adopt this new technology are usually savvy to the technology. They are usually more financially affluent, and these programs that are aimed at incentivizing and lowering barriers for LMI customers, they wouldn't necessarily fit into the early adopter I guess early adopter stage, which we are currently in. So this I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure. So you say staff believes, you mean it's staff's opinion, correct?
Yeah, staff's opinion based on research, yes.
You don't provide any of that research in your testimony, correct?
Not regarding the S-curve, no.
Okay. Could you please refer to Pnm Exhibit 5? This would be Mr. Williamson's direct testimony. And this would be attachment JW2, page 18.
Okay.
And let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, great. And there's a section 3.1.6, and there are, if you go to the second paragraph and about halfway through, there's a sentence that starts with second. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it reads, up to 1,000 customers will be enrolled in the actively managed charging pilot program, which will allow PNM to control the rate and time of residential charging, although the customer will be able to dictate their desired state of charge at a given time and will be able to opt out of that actively managed charging up to 15% of the time. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Therefore, customers in the company's active managed charging program can dictate their desired state of charge at any given time, right?
Yes. Based on what you read, yes.
So, for instance, the customer could dictate that their vehicle be charged, for instance, to 80% by 7 a.m. on any given day under the active managed charging program, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And isn't it true that if the commission approves the company's transportation electrification plan, that the commission will have an opportunity to review the success of the plan's programs if they're continued into the company's next TEP application in 3 years?
Yes, that's correct.
And could you please refer to PNM We are still in Exhibit 5, and this would be Witness Williamson's direct testimony, attachment JW2 at page 10. Do you see the table at the bottom of the page?
Yes, I do.
The company projects over 33,000 EVs charging on its system by 2026, right?
Yes, I do see that.
And it similarly expects EVs to have grown to a market share with a 21%, over 21% market share in 2026, correct?
Yeah, based on their estimations, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that shifting load from EVs to the off-peak period would benefit the system by reducing demand on the system during peak periods, and would therefore benefit the system and all customers, wouldn't you?
I would agree. And I would also note that the WHEV rate seems to do that pretty effectively.
You would agree, though, that an active managed charging program will allow PNM within certain parameters, which we just discussed, to control the rate and time of residential charging, correct?
That is true.
And that's something that the whole home EV rate cannot do, correct?
That is also true.
And you're aware that this is a pilot program and EV customers may choose to participate in this or a whole home electric EV rate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Prosperity Works. Obviously, this is any cross-exam.
Yes, your hearing examiner.
Proceed.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Maldine. It's good to meet you for the first time as an expert for staff.
Nice
I
to meet you
just
too.
have some questions for you. Could you please refer to your exhibit number 3, the direct testimony provided by staff? Thank you. Yes or no, staff recommends removing the low income EV on the hood purchase rebate.
Could you direct me to the page of my testimony that addresses this?
That's on page 17.
Okay. And can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Yes or no, staff recommends removing the low income EV on the hood purchase rebate.
Yes.
In that section, starting on page 17, staff or you provide that this would reduce PNM's requested budget by 900,000, correct?
Correct.
Yes or no, the research for EV adoption shows that the best predictor of the expansion of charging infrastructure in an area is that EVs are present in that area.
That's outside my area of expertise. I didn't testify to that, so I couldn't answer that yes or no.
You don't know what the research shows about what can be seen as a predictor of the increase or expansion of charging infrastructure in an area?
That's not in my testimony, so I have no comment on that.
Okay. Is it true, based upon your knowledge, that other utilities in the West, including our neighbor in Colorado, Xcel Energy, offers a low-income rebate for the purchase of an EV?
Yes.
Could an on-the-hood discount or rebate be considered a strategy as defined in the rules 574 to increase EV adoption by low-income individuals?
Yes, it could.
Based upon your understanding, is it true that right now the typical owner of an EV is white, male, and makes over $100,000 a year?
I do not know.
Do you know whether the typical EV owner tends to live in low income or underserved neighborhoods?
I do not. I mean, I could make observations, but no, I don't know for a fact.
Okay. Despite where a person might live in a low-income neighborhood or a wealthy neighborhood, even low-income customers who typically cannot afford an EV pay for Pnm's TEP costs, correct?
Yes, as well as every other ratepayer, excluding lighting.
Based upon your knowledge, would public charging likely be placed in an area where no or very few EVs exist?
I would imagine it's not a very good business case, but that is an opinion based on the question.
At page 17, lines 8 through 11 of your direct testimony, please let me know when you're there.
You said 18?
Page 17, lines 8 through 11.
Okay, I'm there.
You provide one of staff's primary reasons for rejecting the proposed EV rebate is because staff concludes that, quote, only a fraction of Pnm's LMI customer base would be able to partake in the program, end quote. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
If more LMI or low income customers were able to partake in Pnm's TEP, would staff, or sorry, let me retract that. If more low income customers were able to partake in the low income EV rebate program, would staff support its expansion?
The expansion of the program as a whole or of the EV rebates?
The offering of more EV rebates. Potentially, if more EV rebates were offered, then it would move those rebates and the people partaking in them to a larger fraction of the customer base, correct?
A larger fraction at a very considerable cost. Yes.
What do you consider a considerable cost?
$900,000 for 225 recipients seems pretty costly for the amount of rebates and customers who would receive those rebates.
Would you agree that the use of electricity as a transportation fuel is nascent? It's only beginning. It's in the early stages.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes.
Is this the first time PNM is offering low income rebates in its TEP?
For the purchase of an EV, yes.
Would you say that transportation electrification plans are new to the utility?
To utilities as a whole, utilities in
To
New Mexico.
PNM, the
PNM.
utility, PNM.
I would consider them relatively new, even though, I mean, this is their second application. So, I mean, there is limited data to go off of.
Okay. You also state that federal rebates are available for the purchase of an EV. Yet these rebates are available to everyone, correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that a rebate focused on the strategy for more low-income people to adopt an EV could increase access to electricity as a transportation fuel for low-income people?
I would agree, but I would insert the caveat that the cost may not be reasonable.
You do not oppose PNM's e-bike rebate program, correct?
I do not.
Is that program for low-income customers only?
No, there is for market rate as well as a low income carve out as well.
Do you know the low-income carve-out?
I believe it's 150 rebates.
That's not a small fraction.
Yes, it is, but at a considerably lower cost.
The current application for which PNM is seeking approval is only for the named application period of 2024 through 2026, correct?
Correct.
In lines at page 17, lines 19 through 20 of your direct testimony, you express concern that a rebate approved in this TEP could influence costs in a future TEP, correct?
Correct.
Are future TEPs being approved now?
No, but this case would set precedents for future cases.
Okay. PNM collects for what it spends in its TEP, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, the benefit of approving a larger budget would be that PNM has access to funds without procedural requirements it must go through to request additional funds, correct?
Correct. But a larger budget would mean that there is potential for all ratepayers to be subsidizing this TEP. And you know, as staff, we try to take into account all ratepayers and the costs that they incur.
Do you know the current rate of adoption of the use of electric vehicles?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would you accept it as true if I said it's less than 10%?
Sure, yeah.
In New Mexico, it's less than 5%?
Okay.
Okay. Based upon your answer to the last question, would you agree that the risk of approving a smaller budget is that PNM might influence negatively access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, correct?
I would not agree. No. Pnm can come in and request additional funding. It's a part of the rule.
You said that was a drawback, though, or a risk of not approving a larger budget.
Can you point me to where I said that?
That was the last question I asked you.
I think the answer might have been mischaracterized.
The benefit of approving a larger budget would be that PNM has access to funds without procedural requirements it must go through, correct?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
Thank you.
the risk of that is that ratepayers would be paying for, could potentially be paying for a lot more money and increasing their bills for every ratepayer, not just those that benefit from the TEP program.
Does the statute include a limitation on the budget for a TEP that's requested?
It does have a reasonableness clause for the costs, and that they must be prudent as deemed by the commission.
Correct. You characterize low-income customers as, quote, not early adopters. Would you agree? In
I would
your
agree.
earlier testimony?
Yes.
Still, low-income customers are required to pay for all TEP costs, correct?
Correct, as are all other ratepayers besides lighting.
Therefore, low-income customers would be charged the same as high-income customers for TEP costs, right?
Correct.
Do you agree that increasing access to electricity as a transportation fuel could increase revenue for a utility?
In an indirect way, I suppose, through the sale of more electricity for use as fuel. Yeah.
So, therefore, if more low-income customers adopt EVs, it could potentially influence the revenue that brings in.
It potentially could, yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for today, Jonah or Mr. Maldine, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There any other party present that wishes cross-examination of Mr. Malden? Hearing none, I have just a couple quick follow-up questions. Mr. Malden, we see in the recommendation to remove the purchase incentive. On one hand, it appears we're stating that it's outside of the TEP. On the other hand, your testimony indicates that it's not, you're challenging the program's reasonableness, but you're not giving me the basis of that. Let me ask you this question. Why was it staff's opinion that the program is unreasonable and needs to be removed as proposed to maybe a smaller purchase rebate that wouldn't affect the budget so much? Why does the program just need to go away if it's not reasonable?
Well, I could tell you that staff's approach to this was, well, at least my approach to it was, I kind of looked at it as a min-max problem. So I looked at the programs that had the maximum effect for all TEP participants and the broadest reach, as well as minimizing the cost for all ratepayers. And $900,000 for 225 participants does not strike me as particularly reasonable in terms of costs and the number of people who would benefit from that. And outside of those 225 people that received the EV purchase rebate, there is little to no benefits for anyone else.
Okay, so is it the total budget number or just the fact that it would only benefit the 225 that's the primary concern of staff?
I would say probably the budget, and also one of our concerns is that if this program were to continue and scale up in succeeding TEP applications, the cost would be very high to keep this program going. The EV rebate program, that is.
Okay. That concludes my question. Mr. Borman, any redirect?
No, I do not have any redirect. Thank you.
Okay. With no redirect, the witness is excused. And I believe that concludes our testimony today. I am not going to, let's just talk about timelines. I am not going to issue an order on briefing. I think we've identified a couple of key areas that the parties should brief during the course of today, but we will follow the normal statutory guidelines once the transcript is completed for briefing deadlines. The final order by the commission is due before March 1st of 2024. Therefore, I would anticipate I'd probably anticipate a recommended decision being issued probably towards the last week of January. Based upon that, I may shorten the exception period just to accommodate the tail end of the commission reviewing the recommended decision with any exceptions that may be filed. So I just wanted to give the parties notice of that. Any questions? Hearing none, Melissa, are there any questions you need for completion of the record?
No, I don't think so. I have access to the exhibit, so that's it.
Okay. Ms. Gerson.
I'm sorry if this question covers ground that you already explained, but if when you say that you're not going to issue a order on post-hearing briefing now, should we expect deadlines forthcoming or have the opportunity to request a post-hearing briefing opportunity? I wasn't sure if this is
sure.
Yeah,
let me just explain it, because I don't really when it's my hearing, I always feel the parties are entitled to brief the issues that they would like to present based upon the testimony presented. I don't like to limit that. I prefer not to limit it. The only time I personally will issue a briefing order is if there is a very specific question that I know I want more information on. And even then, that doesn't limit. You can, to me, the parties are free to brief on anything they so choose based upon the hearing. So that may be slightly different than the other hearing examiners. I think the other hearing examiners do have slightly tighter control than that. But that is the way I like to proceed basically with my hearings, if that answers your question.
Well, thank you. That certainly clarifies the breadth of the scope of hearing, but in terms of timeline for when we should anticipate filing briefs, I wasn't sure how you would plan to establish deadlines and expectations.
I mean, the deadline, to me, the deadlines are statutory. I think it's what days Brad, is it 10 or 20 days after the completion of the transcript? You remember offhand?
I do not remember offhand. I wanted to say it was like 13, but I'd have to look at the rule.
Yeah, I'll have to refer back to the rule. So if just for clarity, maybe I'll issue a briefing order just saying statutory deadlines are in effect. And I can cite to that rule. I don't have it off the top of my head. But I don't feel the need to shorten that. I think we have adequate time, and I want to give it, it's the holidays. So I don't want to shorten anything and make us work over the holidays more than we already are right now. So to that extent, I can issue just a briefing order, and I think I will incorporate in that my request to review any P&M alternatives that the parties may agree with. So just in case we can eliminate one or two issues from the table.
If I may, I'm just pulled up the rule. Time of filing for proposed orders and briefs is 20 days unless otherwise ordered by the presiding officer. And response briefs are 13 days unless otherwise ordered.
Okay, and I'm fine with the 20 days to give us time over the holidays to complete that. I don't feel response briefs are going to be necessary here, so I might actually limit the time there. Because a full 33 days will cut it kind of close to the deadline where I'd like to issue the RD. So I'll clarify those. I will issue a briefing order clarifying that. Ms. Lynch, I see you, but Charles also has the virtual hand. Both of you have hand raised. So Charles, let me consider your question first.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I was actually hoping to suggest a longer briefing schedule, particularly on the opening brief. I know several of us have a whole lot of things going on right now. I've got a brief due at the end of the month. I've got a major brief due in a water proceeding in the second week of January. We've got another TEP here coming up the beginning of January. And I was hoping that we might have a longer period on the briefing. So maybe mid to late January for initial brief. And at least as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't feel a need for a response brief. I don't know if other parties are going to feel the same way, but that would be one way to give us more time on the opening brief.
Okay, Ms. Lynch, did you have anything to add or suggest based upon that?
Yes, Hearing Examiner, there is a hearing the week of the 2nd on EPE's TEP. That is the hearing Charlie was referencing. And then there's a full week hearing that I'm participating in regarding the liquefied natural gas facility the following week. And that would if Ms. Gonzalez issues a transcript this week for this case, it puts us squarely in the week of the 8th through the 12th for post-hearing briefs. Therefore, I'm also asking for an extension to the end of January, the week of the 22nd or the 29th for briefs in this matter.
Okay. I know we all are incredibly busy. I have a hearing next week in middle of January as well. I'm reluctant to extend it all the way down to the end of January because that just is going to crunch my timeline. How about January 22nd for initial briefs? And I don't feel I'm going to need to entertain response briefs. So January 22nd for initial briefing. I'm going to do response briefs upon request by party only. But there will be a very tight time. If you do request one, it's going to be a very tight timeline, just to forewarn everybody. Because like I said, I need to issue this RD. I mean, as close to February 1st as possible, just to keep within the statutory deadlines here.
That schedule is acceptable.
Okay, I'll issue that order then, to clarify that, and that's what we will go on for briefing, and that we can enjoy one day of the holidays at least, hopefully, without working. Otherwise, good luck, everybody. Any other questions from the parties? All right, thank you, everybody. I appreciate everyone being very professional today. And that will conclude our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're quite welcome. Bye-bye now.